Representative Khanna, do you agree? Do you think that Facebook and Mark Zuckerberg need to be doing more?
I do. I mean, I agree with Representative Kelly that I think Twitter stepped up. They said that in their values, a speech that incites violence shouldn't have a place. And it's important to realize that the platforms decide what their values are. And
younger self to really just be expecting what's to come, really get ready and really gear up, because what crazy ideas I might have could actually turn into reality.
inciting violence or inciting hate, I don't think contributes to that.
Now, it's so interesting to me because if we were having this conversation a few weeks ago, at the height of lockdowns and, here in the United States, these social media platforms, while they've spread, and been criticized for spreading disinformation for a number of years, they were actually the go-to places for many people to get good, accurate information on the pandemic. So where have you seen, leaving aside what we're seeing right now with the protests, where have you seen social media act as a force for good this year?
You can go, Ro.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You go ahead.
No, I'm thinking.
HBCUs, Claflin and South Carolina State University. One of those companies, White Rabbit, is dealing with artificial intelligence to deal with breast cancer. Well, it turns out that one of the main demographics that they want to address is African American women, and they're underrepresented with African American women in their company. So it's in their self-interest. They're excited about these partnerships. And so I think it's very important to realize that this is not some kind of charity or some kind of social good. This is what these companies need to do to be competitive.
Yet there's such polarization in this country right now about what it means to be diverse. The moment in time that we're in particular, what do you think, where do you think we'll be at the end of this year? Are you hopeful that we see some real change? We see more diverse workforces and boards and et cetera. Representative Kelly, why don't you go first?
Well, I'm the eternal optimist, or I could not be in this job. I don't know about the end of this year, but I do think that what's happened with COVID and what's happened with Mr. Floyd, that a light has really been shown. It's been there. Numbers and these things are shocking, but to many of us, it's not surprising. And I think, definitely speaking for the Congressional Black Caucus, but also others, that because people have really come forward to be allies, that we are going to keep the light shining until there are changes. And that's what, like the Tech Accountability Caucus, that's what we try to do. And we're a very diverse caucus to really shine a light and the importance is keep the light shining until these companies, make more changes. And when we talk about diversity, I mean, some of these boards, they had just one female even. It's not just about, Black or Latinx, it's even gender.
Yeah, I know it certainly from covering them. You always know when a company going to go public because they start to add, if you will, one woman to the board,
Yeah.
And then that the S1's going to drop shortly. I can't believe we're actually almost through our time here. So, Representative Connor, I want to get to you because I think it's such an important issue where you sit in California, but for the whole country certainly, and that is the question of gig economy workers. We've seen these companies grow in the private sphere for a number of years. I'm talking Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, really on the backs of what are now essential workers. So the status of them has been a very hot topic before the pandemic, but especially amid the pandemic as they show how essential they are and put themselves really at risk without the benefits and protections that employees have. So Representative Khanna, how do you see this playing out? Do you think that what we're seeing now, particularly the pandemic, is going to strengthen that argument that they should be treated as employees?
Deirdre, I do. I mean, 60 million people are still doing physical labor, and they're the ones who are essential. It's not that we're in an age of automation, everyone doing remote work. And what I've said is I love the innovation of apps, and it's great that you have those innovations, but misclassifying workers isn't an innovation. Treat people with the dignity they deserve, have them be employees. And I just want to compliment again Representative Kelly, because she has really been sounding the alarm on the digital divide and the lack of diversity, not just of tech jobs, but also of the lawyers and the financial workers doing the work for these tech companies. And I was speaking to an acquaintance of both of ours, Valerie Jarrett, who was a senior advisor to the president, and she said, look, it drives her crazy that now that we have the COVID-19 crisis, everyone is talking about kids who can't do their homework and have to go to parking lots and people who didn't have access to the internet. Well, people like Representative Kelly have been talking about this for the past decade, but hopefully this crisis has awoken the country up so that we're actually going to deal with this systematic inequality and make sure everyone has an opportunity in a 21st century economy.
I just have
Congressman, would
to
you
say
like
this.
to respond? Please.
Yes, because Rep. Khanna has been complimentary of me, but I am not the techie person. He knows a lot more than I do, and I just appreciate that people like Roe and other members of Congress that really have tech backgrounds, and you have the companies right in your backyard, and then all the efforts that you guys are making, we could not be successful without you. So I just wanted to thank you because it's really important.
Thank you.
I appreciate that you guys are so complimentary towards each other. I know in these panels you're supposed to have a bit of a debate, but perhaps at this moment in time, our audience will perhaps, it'll be a breath of fresh air. And I think we covered a lot of topics, although I think about only half the topics that I wanted to. So I thank you both very, very much for taking
Thank
the
you.
time out of your busy schedules to do this. And I certainly learned a lot from you both. So thank you very much. And we will send it back to the digital moderators from Collision from Home. Thank you very much for watching.
Don't forget, if you're a journalist tuning in, please visit the media section of the collisionconf.com website, where you can get lots more information. Now for our next talk.
The rise of Asia technology is one of the great stories of the current age. Conferences like this only make it more of a magnet for the tech startup scene.
Coming to Rise is about being inspired, about being challenged.
This opportunity to learn.
It brings together so many different types of people.
We are going to get better as humanity only when we work together.
Finding innovative ways to guarantee free and fair elections in the midst of a pandemic are key to the success of democracy. Luckily, our next two speakers are specialists in this area. Joining Sabrina Siddiqui from the Wall Street Journal is Leah Andres, the co-founder and CEO of community platform Nation Builder, and Sheila Nix, a former advisor to Joe Biden.
Sheila and Leah, thank you so much for joining us today. It's great to be with you both. There's been a lot of focus over the past few months, as we've been in the midst of this pandemic, on how a lot has been placed behind digital efforts, including to campaigning. And that's something that the two of you were already thinking about with respect to the future of voting, even before the pandemic hit. So can you just kind of first give us a sense of, what those efforts look like and why you think that digital approaches to elections are so important? Sheila, why don't we start with you?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we're really focused on is trying to make it easier for people to vote, but not just because we want it to be easier. We actually want more participation because it can really change the inputs into our political system. We've been in a place of very low turnout in primary elections and local elections. I mean, sometimes not so bad around the big presidential ones, but the day-to-day governing that happens with Congress, for example, most of those seats are safe. If you win your primary, you're going to win your general, but there's only about 15% turnout there. And so what happens is the more extreme voters decide to participate in the primary. I'll often give an example about like Florida. If you have a congressman there, Republican congressman, who's been in a community where there's been a lot of school shootings and other things, that congressman probably knows it makes sense to have some, gun safety, assault weapon ban. Let's just say assault weapon ban. But because their primary is 18% and over half of those voters are members, that member of Congress is not going to feel comfortable voting for even a reasonable amount of gun safety. So our big picture goal is to have more people voting in all levels of elections and to have technology available, especially for voters who are now 10 to 14 years old when they become voters, so that they grew up on their phones in a way that we're not really accustomed to, and we need to meet voters where they are. So if we don't have something available for them, the numbers are even going to go in the lower direction. So anyway, that's our goal, and maybe now our short-term goal.
Leah, how about you? How have you been thinking about this issue?
Yeah, well, I think the first thing to say is, Nation Builder fundamentally exists to help everyone participate in the democratic process. We make leadership software, so obviously we work with thousands of campaigns and candidates and nonprofit and advocacy organizations around the world. And so when we first thought about this conversation, I think around the future of voting, I really was thinking about making sure that folks really understand the prevalence of digital infrastructure to help them participate in the process, helping people run for office. But in the last couple of weeks, my attention has certainly really shifted to the thing that we're incredibly passionate about, which is most fundamentally, as Sheila said, the right to vote, and in particular, combating voter suppression efforts. So, I think how we've been thinking about it has changed in the last month. I mean, voter suppression is not new, of course, but I think it's new in the context of a global pandemic, and how some folks can use that context to take advantage of it and really stoke fear and fuel voter suppression efforts. So we're watching it pretty closely.
So let's talk about that a little bit, because on the one hand, we've been in the midst of a pandemic for more than 3 months now, which has confined everyone to their homes. But then in recent weeks, you've seen this national reckoning in the United States around issues of racial justice. Tens of thousands of protesters in cities across the country marching, demanding change. And while it's not directly related per se to voting, what's at the heart of their protests, there have been, of course, issues that you've raised around access to the ballot and voting rights. So how has that, if you want to elaborate a little bit more, Leah, then we can talk to you, Sheila, shifted, any of the work that you've been doing, or even just, how you think about organizing with respect to technology and access to the ballot?
Well, we've always been obsessed with making sure everyone has access to the technology that's required to organize. So I think what's new is us really making sure that folks know that they can use this technology right now to combat voter suppression efforts. So for example, one of the things we're seeing people organize around is first and foremost educating voters, making sure that they feel safe, working with local authorities so that folks don't have to, risk their health to go to the polls. That's sort of bucket one. And then bucket two really, of course, is around absentee voting and vote by mail, so that everyone has actually the ability to vote in this upcoming election. And so, there's tons of organizations doing work on that right now. And so we've really been in it, making sure that people understand it doesn't actually take a lot to get booted up. You can boot up overnight. That's the purpose of platforms like Nation Builder, that if you have an idea, you want to organize your local community, you can literally get that, up and running overnight. So that's been a huge focus for us in the last couple of weeks.
And, Sheila, when you kind of talk about the work that your organization is trying to do, especially as we kind of talk around these issues about how technology is changing the nature of campaigning, as well as the way in which we vote in the future, sometimes there are people who kind of push back and say, well, what does the security look like there? How can we protect the integrity of elections? What do you say to those people who are still kind of skeptical about
Sure.
the security?
Yeah,
moving
yeah.
forward?
And we care about security a lot too, because there's no point in having increased access if there's not security, and people need to feel comfortable with the way they're voting. One thing I say is we've already done 12 elections in 7 states, and it's all been secure and audited and double checked and triple checked, and everything went well. But the other thing I'll say is we need to plan to do this right. So, last week in Washington, D.C., there were long lines at the last minute. The election office, which I think made the right decision, like we need to let these people vote. They're like, oh, well, we'll send you your ballot electronically and you can just email it back. Well, there's a lot of systems that are a lot more sophisticated and safe than that, right? So we know how to do it. So let's do it and plan for it and do it correctly so we don't have to use the least secure at the last minute. But I will say that there were some voters that used the email system. There ended up not being any security problems. And those voters, I think, were surprised to find how easy it can be to vote. And one voter in particular just was quoted in the Washington Post as saying, oh, I got my vote, I emailed it back, and it was really easy, and I'd like to do this in the future. So I would argue that there's a demand for this. It's going to happen, but let's do it right, because there are ways to do it right and not get into a last minute situation where you do it in the least secure way.
And, in some ways, we are now in the midst of 2 crises, because you had the pandemic, as we were talking about, and now, you have these protests, and there's just been a lot of unrest across the country. So how are you both, and, Leah, we could start with you and then go to Sheila. How are your organizations helping campaigns and elections keep going? How are you helping them continue? What kind of conversations are you having with the clients that you work with?
Oh, there's so much to say there. I'll try to keep it brief. So I think first and foremost, in any conversation around combating systemic racism, we have to have a conversation not just about voter suppression, but also who's running for office. I think people are always surprised to know that there's, over 500,000 elected offices in this country. And then that's sort of the first, some people are like, wait, what, how many? And then the second thing is, even just in the November 2018 midterm elections, I think folks don't know that over half of all races had only one candidate, meaning half of all races were uncontested. And most of those unopposed candidates are overwhelmingly white and male. So I think when we're thinking about this systemically, we have to talk about who's running for office. And, without addressing the pipeline, which especially in the context of like local elections, we're talking about the criminal justice system, at the county and city level, we're talking about where we elect sheriffs and DAs and prosecutors and judges. And, we have to ensure that these are folks who are going to represent their communities. And, so that's a big part of what we're thinking about with certainly with Nation Builder, but also with our project runforoffice.org. And then and I promise I'll be quick, so I want to hear from Sheila. The second piece, I think, is the question of how in this moment are people choosing to really connect with their communities. And I think the most important thing that we're certainly doing ourselves and encouraging our customers to do is to listen to their community and make sure that there are plenty of ways that they can participate in a conversation. We have so much work to do in this country to heal. And so I think, something that we talked about before in the context of the pandemic is the pandemic exposed systemic inequities and inequalities that have always been in this country. And of course, in the past 3 and 4 weeks, we have seen what has always been true and is just, more visible in many ways. And so we have to begin that process. And that's not just voting, that's not just running for office. That's really important healing work at the community level that I think candidates of anywhere in the world, frankly, have an obligation to help facilitate.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with what Leah just said, and it's brought out now, but it's always existed. And when you see what happened in the election last week in Georgia, particularly in Atlanta, certain polling places are under-resourced. They've been under-resourced for a long time. There's huge lines because they open late and they couldn't find a place to plug the machine in. I mean, it's ridiculous, right? So I think we need to start thinking about how we empower people in a little bit more revolutionary way than tinkering around the edges on systems. I think we need to say to people, like, you should be able to vote from home without any interference from any, systemic problems that occur at your polling place that have happened year after year, and let people have those options. I mean, if you want to go in person, fine, that's not a problem. But if you want to feel sure that you'll be able to vote in the timeline that you have available to vote because you're balancing a lot of things in your life, that's where we need to be. And I think we need to really up the conversation. And as you mentioned before, Sabrina, people say, oh, I'm a little nervous about the security. Well, we can fix that. I mean, if you don't like what exists now, I think what exists now is good. But if you want it to be better, then let's start putting some money and resources behind that, and don't stop the conversation, because what you're really doing is you actually don't want more people to vote. And you use a lot of this language as an excuse. So I think I think this has given everyone a wake-up call, that this isn't just like, oh, how could this be a little bit better? But it's like, we really need to make some changes or we're not going to have fairness in our society.
Yeah. Well, it's been a great discussion with both of you. And, as we're running out of time, I know we could talk about this endlessly. I'll just ask each of you in one line, what do you think the future of voting looks like? Leah?
Oof. I would just say that, democracy is not a given. We have to fight for it, which means absolutely fighting for the right for everyone to be able to vote. It's critical.
Sheila?
Yes, and I would just say there's urgency in finding new ways for people to vote so that everyone gets to participate and not just a select few.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. I really appreciate your time. I know we do here at Collision, and I think we could all agree that the future of elections is definitely online, especially as you talk about meeting the needs of the next generation of voters. Leah, Sheila, thank you so much. And thank you to all of you for tuning in. You're watching Collision from Home.
And as well as the great talks that we have here throughout the day on Channel 2, we also have a series of events running across the Collision from Home platform every day for you to capitalize on, such as Mentor Hours. These are 45-minute off-the-record meetings between some of our most prolific attendees and promising startups, where they get one-on-one personal advice. Mentor Hours are supported by AWS. Our next speaker has designed the logo for some of the world's most famous TV shows and films, such as Saturday Night Live and DC Comics' Justice League films. In this talk, Pentagram partner and award-winning designer Emily Oberman will offer an insight into 2 unique branding projects. One for Warner Brothers that took 2 years, and the other for the UN that took just 2 days.
Hi, I'm Emily Oberman. I'm very happy to be here at Collision from Home with all of you. And today, I'm going to talk about brand identity. And to me, brand identity is something that can take an idea that everyone believes in and give it something that everyone can rally around. And we do that in the world of design by finding an emotional core for that brand identity. And that means that an identity is not something that you just plop on things, a logo, a mark. It's what you do with it, but it's also what it means internally within the organization for which it stands. Brands are built from the inside out. And so you need to have meaning and content behind what an identity is in order to make it live in the world in a way that has a timeless quality and a longevity. So to explain that, I'm going to share 2 branding projects today. One that took 2 years and one that took 2 days, but both of which have truly emotional cores. They are completely different kinds of projects. One is very big and very public facing, and one is smaller, but not any less emotionally and strategically important. So we'll start with the first one, which is actually the rebrand for Warner Brothers. And I like to think of this as making it real. So everyone is familiar with Warner Brothers. This took 2 years. Everyone is familiar with Warner Brothers and their content. They've been creating stories that we love and history and working with directors and content for 100 years. They've been innovators and creators for a long time. But the truth of the matter is, internally, they did not know who they were. They did not have a North Star, a guiding principle for how they thought of themselves. And before we could create an identity, we needed to give meaning to what that identity would stand for. And so, of course, we started by looking at the Warner Brothers logo and speaking to people. And then we actually did 45 stakeholder interviews globally in every different level of employment at Warner Brothers, from the top to a PA. We also did 13 roundtable discussions with a mix of people from all different departments so that we could get a real good conversation going. And then 6 external creator groups that was not about Warner Brothers, but was about what the history and the future of entertainment was, where the world is headed. We heard resoundingly that people within the Warner organization and people who think about Warner Brothers think of them as people with the best stories. They think of them as storytellers. And this is something that kept coming up for us. And so we felt that this was something that they could own, and they could own it from a place of truth. So we developed this brand manifesto for them. I'm just going to read it quickly. It's not that long. Story. The most human of art forms, our singular passion, and the heart of everything we do. We partner with the most inspiring storytellers to create and share extraordinary entertainment. We are unbound by formula, firm in the belief that great storytelling transcends technology, medium, and genre. We believe that story carries the past and shapes the future. We believe that every story matters, and we believe in the power of story. And that idea of believing in the power of story was where we took them in terms of their brand position. This was their rallying cry. This was something that actually they could all get behind when they come to work every day. So we believe means a collective purpose, a guiding conviction, a deliberate position, and of course it has an aspirational WB in this statement, which is a really nice little treat. The power. The power means the power to connect, the power to enlighten, and the power to lead. And then, of course, story itself means every platform, every format, every genre, long form, short form, everything in between, any subject, any style, and any storyteller. So this, suddenly they all had something that they could say. When someone said, what does Warner Brothers stand for? They stood for the power of story. And then truthfully, we began to look at the shield itself, actually emotionally, for people who work within Warner Brothers and people who know Warner Brothers understand that that stands for their stories. So we knew that we had to find a way to take that shield and make it modern, and also clean up their organization, because over the past 100 years, there have been so many different versions of the logo that it was still existed everywhere. And in a corporation like Warner Brothers, you need a cleanliness in order to have a clarity of vision. So we wanted to sort of clean up who they are. And so the other thing about Warner Brothers is this is their logo. Everyone is familiar with it. It has a band in front of it that covers the WB. It's shiny, it's gold, it's got so many gradients in it. It's hard to reproduce. And when you look at it in this modern day, with their competitive set, with the people who are content providers now, you can see that Warner Brothers looked a little bit like Grandpa walked into the room. And so we wanted to change that perception. And so we also looked at Warner Brothers through their history, through the lens of who they are, and we found that there is a history of cleanliness, of modernity, of simplicity. And so we thought we would bring that into who they are today, bring that back. So this is what we did. We took their logo, we removed the sash, we cleaned up the form following the golden ratio, made it thinner, and then we redrew the letter form so that they create this sort of circular and complete connection between all the shapes of the letters, which is very subtle, but actually feels uplifting and feels more cohesive. We also made a three-dimensional version that is still very clean and simple, but has this little edge, this little tooth that they would be able to grab onto for use cinematically. And I'll show you why. So now we had created an identity that was a sponge. It becomes this sort of modern window for any kind of content that they want to explore. And they also could actually use the logo as a window itself. And then, as I mentioned, cinematically, they're able to take it and still give it the dimension and the presence within the world of cinema, so that it can look like Harry Potter or Teen Titans Go, but still feel like a clean, modern brand. And we also created a typeface for them, which they had never had before, which allows all their printed materials, all the other ways that they tell their stories, to feel like it comes from the same voice. The typeface had a modernity and a heritage to it. It's based on the W and the B from within the shield, but also feels timeless and clean. They use it for trade, advertising, and billboards, etc. So here's a little bit of how it works in the real world. Here it is on social media. Here it is within the company. Also, how it feels within the company is so important for people to create every day, to come to work with joy, working for a brand that they believe in. And then, of course, right now this is being implemented across the lot. The logo can be dimensional by the way you wrap it around a building, or just actually dimensional when you hang a sign outside. And then it lives on the water tower, which is an icon of Hollywood and Burbank. It's been there for almost 100 years, and it's where the Animaniacs live, and I'm proud to have our logo there. And now if you look at the history of Warner Brothers, this feels cohesive and complete. And the most important thing also is that they also feel like they are ready to step into the modern world and live within their competitive set as an equal. The second project that I'm going to talk about is something that we did for the global Ebola response. And this is something that I call making it real fast, because we did it in 2 days. And within 2 days, we really had to hit the emotional need that something as important and as powerful as Ebola has to have in order to be conveyed properly. So in 2014, Ebola came back with a vengeance. And if you remember, there were headlines everywhere talking about how the world was going on red alert. There was a pandemic heading our way, and it was starting in West Africa. And we really needed to help stop this outbreak before it got worse. Sound familiar? Kind of. And so these were the kinds of images that the world was getting from West Africa. Poignant and powerful. On Sunday afternoon, I got a call from someone at the UN from UNMIR, which stands for the UN's Mission for Emergency Ebola Response. And they said that they had just finished an assembly and they were sending all of these volunteers, doctors, healthcare workers, to West Africa to begin to work on flattening the curve and taking care of people in need, and working on a cure. And they needed an identity. And at first I thought this seemed strange and odd, because what they were doing was so much more important than a brand identity. But they explained to me that they actually needed something to make it real, to make the volunteers and the doctors who were leaving on this dangerous mission understand that there was something that they were doing that was bigger than who they were, that there was an actual entity that was important, that was holding them all together as they left to go and help and save lives. And on the flip side, they needed something that allowed the people of West Africa to understand that when these people arrived from these helicopters with medicine and with quarantine devices, that those people were there to help. And it was an official organization and an official task that they were accomplishing. And so the brand identity for this really actually was imperative. And so we quickly worked on 3 concepts. And so the first one was taking the classic UN icon and just adding the words global Ebola response in a very simple, very clean style that reflects what the UN's design looks like, and highlighting the circle and the globe and the word response. The second one was stop, treat, ensure, preserve, prevent mantra that is about how people were to go about slowing down Ebola. And that was 5 words which make an E. And we thought an E for Ebola could be a really nice icon or flag. And then you could also use that to the global response to Ebola, also 5 words and a little asterisk that is the UN. And then lastly, we came to this concept, which is something that we found doing our research. So even when you only have 24 hours to do something, do your research, because we were able to find this phrase. And that means help me and let me help you. That is a West African proverb, and it has a beauty and a unity to it that we were amazed by. The idea that both sides of this were helping each other and letting the other help them was about the sort of unity that was necessary to combat something like Ebola. And there was also a symbol that went with it, which is a symbol of cooperation and interdependence. And luckily for us, the symbol looked like this. It is beautiful. It looks like a person. It looks like 2 points coming together. It has an X in the middle, which is the spot of connectivity. And so we realized that this was a perfect way to explain what this moment in time needed. We gave it some bright colors to give it a little bit more of an uplifting and aspirational feel. And then we balanced it with some very clean typography, and it became the center point between the global Ebola response and the UN itself. And this became a symbol that was easy to draw, which is something wonderful in a logo when you can draw it yourself. And so we showed it to them on Monday evening. We got the approval on Tuesday morning at 10:15. And by Wednesday night, volunteers were beginning to be deployed to West Africa with these sorts of things on their backpacks, on t-shirts, on hats. Buttons were made quickly. This is what it would look like in the assembly when they decided to move forward. And so these were very quickly made: hats, t-shirts, bags, and also a website was put together very quickly, as well as a Twitter page, so that this could be a conversation that was happening globally. And also they had been creating these materials, but all of a sudden we were able to take this logo and put it on their materials so that everything that they made felt like it came from the same place, from the same voice, from the same organization, which creates security and safety and calmness. And of course, these children are able to look at this identity as it sits on the sleeve of a volunteer and know that this volunteer has their best interests and their hopes and lives in their minds with everything they do. And then as the curve flattened, which it did, there was also an entity that could also say thank you. There was also a spokesperson, also happened very quickly.
Ebola is not just a West African problem, it's a worldwide problem, and we can stop it together.
Love him. Anyway, so those are the two brands that I wanted to talk about today and show how we can take something like Warner Brothers that had felt for years like content providers and turn them into storytellers. And we can take something as scary as Ebola, something that seems frightening, and find a way to make something comforting in relation to it. And so I ask, how much time does it take to make a meaningful brand identity? And the truth of the matter is, it takes all of it. Thank you very much.
And you can ask Emily your very own questions at her live Q&A session, which is taking place now. She'll also be speaking on Radio Collision directly after her Q&A. Check out the schedule for more details. As of 2019, there was an estimated 3.25 billion digital voice assistants being used in devices around the world. And as our next speaker will outline, that relationship is only going to get stronger post-pandemic. Nithya Thadani is the CEO of Rain and will look at how brands can design for voice with future generations in mind.
Hi everyone, my name is Nithya Thadani. It's 2020 and we are not together in Toronto as planned. Instead, I'm actually in my mother-in-law's living room. And like many of you, I wake up every morning thinking, how is all of this going to change the future? And I love this quote by Scott Galloway. Things won't change as much as they will accelerate. While other crises reshaped the future, COVID-19 is just making the future happen faster. And we're already seeing this happen, especially when it comes to technology adoption. And now when you think about it, we've got this pandemic that has forced us into home quarantine and made us paranoid about touching our faces and our devices and just about anything else. This may just be the opportunity and catalyst for a hands-free technology like voice to finally really take off. Voice has already been adopting at this incredible rate, faster than even the smartphone. Something like 200 million smart speakers have been sold globally. And it's adopting so quickly because voice is the first technology that's been made in our own natural interface, our voice. So everyone from my grandmother to my daughter can use it out of the box. And speaking of my daughter, this is Sonia. This is our apartment in New York, which I hope to be back at someday. She's pretty much grown up speaking to these assistants like Alexa and Google Assistant. I hadn't thought much about it until recently we bought a Sonos speaker and we took it out of the box and she came downstairs and walked right up to it and said, "Oh, hey, Alexa?" No answer. Then she tried, "Hey, Google?" Still no answer. And then she started banging it and said, "Hey, you, who are you? Who are you?" These 3 words said by a 4-year-old can actually teach us so much about designing for voice in the future. I said earlier that this technology has adopted so easily because it's easy to use. You don't need to know how to scroll, swipe, or text to use it. But you do need to know which devices you can speak to and which you can't. And you do need to know what to say when you speak to them. So is it Alexa or Google or insert a name? Many of you have probably heard of this term ambient computing. It means technology that's integrated into our environment so much so that we're unconscious of it. It's invisible. So kind of like a waiter at a fancy restaurant who's there the moment you need butter and then disappears into the background. This is very unlike our phones, by the way, which we have to look at and check all day long. Voice is going to be the gateway drug to ambient computing. It's this invisible layer of technology that allows us to control our environment. I say something out loud and it happens. And that can really happen from anywhere. Now, we tend to think about voice as these smart speakers, but those speakers are going to be a rounding error when you think about this emerging behavior of voice. People speaking to things. For example, me being able to my car that I need a Starbucks coffee and then picking it up on the way to work. That's not the future. That's actually happening today. Today, twice as many people have talked to the car than to a smart speaker. Or being able to meditate with Headspace from anywhere through my headphones. Hearables are going to be a $93 billion market over the next couple of years, and we're essentially going to have these assistants in our ears being able to give us content and information wherever we are anytime. So whether you're designing for the car or for a headphone or for a voice device with a screen, it's important to remember that voice is not an interface, it's a behavior of people speaking to their environment, ambient assistance. And you've got to design for that behavior of voice across all of these different touch points. So let's talk about this behavior of speaking. Speaking is a medium. It's natural and it's frictionless. And that's why it's the medium of therapy and it's also the medium of prayer. Speaking is so different than typing into a search bar or texting because when I type or text, I've been conditioned to a certain set of rules, like character limits. It's a learned behavior, it's not natural. Speaking, on the other hand, is where I express my feelings and my emotions and passions and my sentiment. Let me give you an example. At RAIN, we do a lot of work in hospitality. And if you're trying to design an assistant for hotel guests, where do you start? You start by listening. We call this conversation mining. And when we listened to the requests that were being made by hotel guests down to the front desk, what did we hear? We heard a lot of people asking for towels and the Wi-Fi password, which is to be expected. But it's the way that they were asking that was really important. 50% of these people used words like hate and sorry when they made these requests. So they would say things like, I hate you, but can I have more towels? Or I'm so sorry to call again, but can I have that Wi-Fi password? Hate and sorry. In innovation, we are always looking for tension, and you could feel the tension in people's voices when they called down to the front desk. They didn't want to do it. This is what voice is so good at, emotional intelligence. These are like conversational focus groups. And when you're designing for voice, you need to think about that emotional layer, because nobody wants to talk to the smartest computer in the world, and the same goes for an assistant. You need to build both IQ and EQ into these experiences. Now, a lot of brands are already leaning into this. In fact, meet the assistant class of 2020. You've got Alexa, Erica, Liv, Beeb, Julie, Dom, just to name a few. So big brands like Bank of America are building their own branded assistants with personalities so that they can capture these conversations and sentiment. And look at Amazon. Of the 10,000 employees that work on Alexa, there's an entire team dedicated to her personality. So how she behaves, whether or not she's going to laugh at your joke. So what does all this add up to? We have these assistants who are capable, but now also charming and witty, essentially hiding out in every corner of our lives. Where is all of this going? I think this quote by Sergey at Google really sums it up. My vision when we started Google was that eventually you wouldn't have a search query at all. You'd just have information come to you as you need it, proactively. So right now we're in the age of ask. I ask a question and I get an answer. It's very call and response. But voice is really going to change all of that, because now you've got all of this conversational data plus biometric data from our wearables combined with the connectivity and speed of 5G computing. And we're really going to move to a model of more proactive assistance. What I mean by that is, let's take one of the examples I mentioned above, Erica, Bank of America's assistant. She's been considered a huge success because she has 10 million users and she's taken over 100 million requests. But the key word there is really requests, because more or less that's what she does today. She does balance transfers, she makes deposits, she takes requests. But that wasn't really the goal, and it's certainly not why Bank of America has spent and invested so much time in Erica. They're betting on the future, and in the future, Erica's going to take all of this conversational data and sentiment and get herself a promotion from assistant to true financial advisor. So no more taking requests. She's actually going to be able to proactively assist and advise customers on their financial decisions. And not just that, she's going to have the agency to make those decisions on her own. This is a really big deal. Today, this doesn't happen. I have to ask an assistant to do something for me. But in the future, they're going to be able to go off and make decisions on my behalf without me having to ask, because they'll have both the intelligence and my trust to do so. EQ plus IQ. Now imagine how transformational this becomes when you think about applications in the workplace. For example, during this pandemic, voice has become an essential tech for essential workers in fields like hospitals and transportation. And when you think about adding a proactive assistance layer, you might have an assistant who can calculate patient risk or shuffle warehouse capacity. That's where all of this is going, and that's transformational. This is the future of voice, proactive assistance with agency. So I leave you today with 3 things to remember when designing for voice in the future, all of which my daughter already seems to know. Number 1, Design for the behavior of voice, not just the interface. 2, build emotional intelligence into every interaction. And 3, assume that these assistants will act with agency in the future. Thank you.
And now to micromobility, and a company whose scooters can be found in over 100 countries around the world. Scooter company Lime recently raised $170 million in a round led by Uber and featuring Alphabet among others. Looking at the tech behind the wheels, their CTO Lee Fan will be chatting with Leisha Santarelli of the BBC.
Well, as a business journalist at the BBC, which is the world's largest international broadcaster, it's a real pleasure to speak with Lee Fan, a trailblazer in her industry. She's worked at China's Baidu, a tech giant with the second largest desktop search engine in the world, and she was also the senior director of engineering at Google. Now, Lee Fan, thank you so much for joining me today. You're an artist turned engineer specializing in visual computation. Can you tell us a bit about that artist background and how you moved into this area of visual computation?
Great, thank you for having me today. When I talk about my artist background, I refer to my childhood passion for painting and for being in this artist world. I grew up in Shanghai as a traditional Chinese community, and my mom obviously pushed me to get out of this art world into engineer world. So I will say at that time it was against my will. But over the time, I realized that even in the computer science world, that I can do a lot of creative things, and particularly combining my passion to art and with the engineer training. So I find this path, and I'm now happy with that.
Well, at Lime, the world's biggest scooter company, you are basically overseeing it through some very difficult chapters in history at the moment. But before we get into that, can you tell me, what does micromobility mean to you?
Yes, so micromobility is something that I got the concept when I joined Lime, but I realized this is how I grew up. As I said, I grew up in Shanghai, one of the most populated city, and I get around the city by bicycle. And after 20 years, when I went back, it was so disappointing. The city is so crowded with cars, and you go much slower than when I was running around with my bicycle. And so when Lime approached, say, this is micromobility, and I'm like, oh, that's what that means. And I truly believe this is what the urban life needs. It is my freedom about green and a much more open and a fun way to get around.
But when it comes to the business of moving people from point A to point B, or, you know, we're seeing progress made in every area, be it autonomous cars, drones, and even flying taxis, which incidentally are being trialed in my hometown of Singapore. So which of these technologies do you see as the most transformative?
I would say there's multiple ways to think of a problem. And I think micromobility as a new industry, relatively new, it's at the beginning. And there's many technology can help it to take off. One intrinsic area I'm very interested in, and I try to get it off in line, is the integration between the hardware and the software. We call it smart Internet of Things or smart hardware. How can we utilize all the signals that from the hardware and be smart about deployment, be smart about safety of the user, be smart about how user can feel it. And in the future, I do believe, for example, autonomous vehicle, the technology of computer vision and the sensory or GPS will help us to get there. But frankly speaking, we are very early days, so it's going to take a few years to get there.
And Lime is a global company with an extremely local focus. You mentioned that integration of software and hardware. What are some of the other main technical challenges that you face?
So I would say that like you said, Lime is both global and local. I think one of the early technology challenges I'm facing is really understand the local need. There are cities really into, for example, the sidewalk detection, and which we provided our machine learning algorithm to detect and to help a city to regulate that. And there's also cities that want us to really help them to to deploy and to plan the city, like where to park, what is the right way to plan the city that it still looks nice and tidy, but provide a convenience. And there we need to be very smart where to deploy, because we don't want to have too many scooters in one place and then it gets thrown everywhere. So there's a lot of technology we can utilize. I would say the biggest challenge is understanding the user need in every local market. That takes a humongous of dedication and resource. And it is harder for a startup like Lime to be able to prioritize all those needs and still serve our large user base.
You know, the scooter industry definitely has gone through quite a few teething problems. You touched on some of them, people dumping these scooters and other vehicles in like rivers, lakes, you know, vandalism, damage, lost and stolen vehicles. So in terms of what the scooter industry faces at the moment, even before the coronavirus pandemic hit, there were actually questions and concerns about the long-term viability and whether the scooter industry was facing an inflection point. And would you say that inflection point has become more acute due to the coronavirus pandemic, where essentially many companies around the world had to suspend their operations and were essentially bleeding cash and weren't able to progress with these strategies of expansion that you discussed as well?
Yeah, I think that's a very good question, and I will address in the twofold. When in the large the context, I will say when the scooter business started, people do have questions and both in terms of from the rider, whether that's the way they want to accept and how to view, particularly from their non-riders, but then also from the business point of view, whether that's going to be a sustainable business. However, I will say the inflection point come ironically with the coronavirus. Yes, during the coronavirus, beginning of the coronavirus, we, as many of the transportation companies, have to shut down majority of the market. And we want to make sure our employee, our riders are safe and the shares are in place. But slowly, as the business recovers and the market recovers to rebuild in economy, we are at the very strong position because we provide a safer, open-air, single-use vehicle that people realize this is more preferred way than, say, public transportation. We have seen very encouraging signs from market like, say, Seoul, which is the early market to reopen, and with the traffic or the usage is already more than the pre-coronavirus time. We also see around the world market like, say, London and New York, and expedite their embracement of e-scooter and a bicycle. And in many, many cities, including Paris and Milan, they continue to invest and a strong push for more infrastructure for bicycle use and for scooter use. And I think all those really position us in the special moment that we will take this trend and really to show to riders and the government that we provide a much efficient and a reliable way for micromobility for people to get around. Now, at the business side or line side, even before the coronavirus time, we already decided that we will go on become the first profitable micromobility company. And we were on the path. Now the coronavirus happens, but then after 1 month-ish pause, we will go back to this path. I think we already learned how to be efficient with unit economics, with our hardware improvement and operation improvement empowered by the technology. And we will continue this path. So we are confident that at the business side, we can prove this is going to be a sustainable, profitable, and a successful business.
I definitely want to get into the strategy for this new world that we're living in, but I want to take you up on that whole profitability aspect, because I'm going to refer down to my notes here, because early this year, Lime basically had to downsize. You know, they cut 14% of the workforce, you exited markets, and it wasn't just you guys. We saw Bird and Lyft and other firms do the same. So in terms of this downsizing, this had to do around concerns around profitability. I think the listing last year of Uber and Lyft was really a wake-up call to many firms that profitability is really important. And as you said, Lime came very close prior to the pandemic hitting. But there is an estimate that scooter rentals are actually estimated to lose 10 cents per mile due to the high cost of charging and replacing and other aspects of the business. So do you guys have a handle on that aspect of the business where it was hurting profitability? And do you think that there's going to be more consolidation in the scooter industry as well?
Yeah, so I would say if you asked me this question 8 months ago, I don't have a good answer. But after, like you said, the end of last year, that the whole investment community that have that wake-up call. And in fact, even before that wake-up call, we started to look at it. But after that, we definitely focused looking at the fundamentals, looking at the cost, looking at the ways to be more efficient. And I'm confident, I can confidently share today that I do think we have a handle. It is amazing that how once you look deeper, once you start to be very rigorously data driven and measure everything, and then we have dashboard for the operation team for every task they do, and we have their route. We understand what can we do to improve the efficiency and also be more cost effective. And on the top line, we also invest a lot how to get the users adoption and improve the experience, because it's a long play. We need to generate demand. So, and to address your first question, I'm pretty confident we have a good handle. The number you quote, it's probably true at some point, but I think we definitely get past that. And this is another reason we want to be very cautious. It is still our goal to serve as much as riders as possible globally. But as a startup, we want to be responsible for our investor and employees. So we're gonna start with market that we believe will turn profit or already profit. That's why we strategically downsize some of the market, because we wanna focus those markets, but we do believe as we learn, we can expand.
In terms of Lime's more recent developments, you recently had a new funding round, which saw Lime acquire Uber's Jump bikes. And so do you foresee, given the problems pre-coronavirus pandemic and given the developments during this pandemic, that we could see more consolidation in the scooter industry?
I do think it's a possibility. And I will just address this recent development. We're very happy because with extra funding that laid the foundation for us to invest furthermore in our both hardware and software development that will better serve it both in terms of business and also particularly for our city and for our riders. And also with the combination of Jump and Lime, we definitely in a position that provide a solid total solution of micromobility. And we will be able to both provide the best scooters and the best e-bikes for cities around the world, depend on what they need. I do believe when particular large cities, they need a different solutions. For less than say 2 miles, a scooter is probably the best solution, but for somewhere between 2 to 5 miles, a lot of people will choose e-bike. And I think we want to provide whatever solution the rider needs. And I think in any case, the combination, it's showcased the new trend for big cities.
So you focus on product and hardware. And one of the issues we have also with the scooters is the fact that you don't have these swappable batteries. Is that something that we can expect?
Well, in fact, we already launched so the plan was we're going to launch the swappable batteries pilot in Paris in March. Now, it was paused because of the COVID-19, but we fully expect we will relaunch that. And we are committed to have that solution. We know this is definitely one of the trend that to get even more green in terms of product. So yes, it is in the pipeline. In fact, it's already in Paris. Some of the scooters are already in Paris.
And you mentioned some of the markets that you want to focus on and certain consumer segments. And one of the things that we've seen with scooter companies like Lime is that it tends to gravitate towards well-off individuals who return again and again. So there is a price sensitivity aspect to the business. And so what type of approaches are you going to take in order to widen the rider pool?
We definitely want to provide a service for a diversified community. And I think part of it for me, as a woman, I recognize that we even, like, I'm short, and if some of the versions were not that particularly friendly, and we definitely changed in the new version to make sure it's catered to all the riders. And in terms of price, I think we price scooter to match the income level of the market. But we recognize if we want to provide a more reliable, affordable community service, we can do much more. In many cities, we already have those affordable programs with government, but we also going to push out a lot of a commuter benefit or the monthly pass, weekly pass, to make sure that if you rely on us consistently, you will get a more affordable package that will give you this benefit. Yeah.
Li Fan, Chief Technology Officer of Lime, it's been such a pleasure. Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome, and thank you for having me today.
Welcome to Ontario, Canada, the second largest IT cluster in North America, where a deep pool of tech talent 300,000 strong builds the future. Ontario, Canada, where innovation and discovery collide.
Ambient intelligence technologies like virtual assistant devices weave themselves into the fabric of everyday life until they're indistinguishable from it. In this talk, Bharath Kadaba, Chief Innovation Officer at financial software company Intuit, will delve deeper into how AI is expanding in this new ambient world.
Hello everyone, it's a pleasure to join you at the Collision Conference at home from my home here in San Francisco, California. My name is Bharath Kadaba, and I run the Technology Futures team at Intuit, solving some of the hard technical problems for our 50 million or so consumers and small businesses that we serve. Today, I'm going to focus on ambient intelligence. I want to start with a quote. The most profound technologies are those that disappear. They weave themselves into the fabric of everyday life until they're indistinguishable from it. This quote is from Mark Weiser of Xerox PARC. To me, there is no better definition of ambient intelligence than this statement. There is a surprising thing about this quote that I would like to actually share with you. This quote appeared in Scientific American in September 1991, almost 30 years back. The amazing thing is that this statement is still relevant today to define ambient intelligence. And the reason for that is that there is a ton of unsolved technical problems that still make this a vision. And also, the customer expectations have changed over the years. And to illustrate what kind of customer experience one might expect in the world of ambient intelligence, I have a three-minute short video to share with you.
Hi, John. Your new insurance client is nearby. You have time before your next meeting. Would you like to stop by?
That sounds great. Please update my route. Hey, Ellie, something has come up and I need to find $10,000. I'm thinking of withdrawing that from my investments. What do you think?
Do you mind if I ask what this money is for?
Yeah, one of my relatives unfortunately had a car accident and needs help covering the medical bills.
I'm sorry to hear that, John. Hopefully everything is okay. I'll pull up your financials and see what we can do. I'm glad you're not considering the credit card route with a high 19% interest rate. Now, looking at your investments, there are two options. Unfortunately, neither one looks great. So for registered retirement funds, there is an automatic 10% tax withholding. You'll need to set aside $2,200 to cover additional income taxes too. This will only leave you with $6,800. Plus, you'll miss out on 30 years of compounding interest, which totals $57,000.
Wow, that option will not work for us. What do you suggest?
Let's check your stocks. You've got enough shares here, but they are underperforming. To sell them now, you'd be taking a loss.
I don't really want to sell any of my share right now. You're right. These options don't look great.
Question: can the medical bill be paid in installments?
Unfortunately not. I checked.
Can your relative borrow money?
No, they don't make enough income to qualify, and I'm their last option.
I understand. This is a difficult situation. Our best option is to try and get you a short-term loan. You've got a great credit score, and interest rates are very favorable. Would you like me to set up a meeting with your financial advisor?
Perfect. That sounds great.
Don't worry, John. I'm confident you'll get the money to help them out.
Thanks, Ellie.
So the two takeaways for me from this video is it's not just the transactional experience of solving the particular financial bind that the customer was in. It is actually about the deep trusted relationship and the conversation that happens between Ellie and John that actually an indication of a long-term relationship that the two have developed. So I equate ambient intelligence to this type of trusted relationship that you build with the systems. And the question now is, how do we go about building such systems? To build these awesome ambient experiences, I think about 3 E's that we have to consider. The first is empathy, which is a genuine understanding of who the customer is and what situation they're in. The second one is expertise, to be able to actually understand the particular challenge that the customer is having and having the expertise to actually solve it. And it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. It is tailored for that individual. The third one is ethics, which is that trust of privacy and security and explainability and all of those things that actually build that long-term relationship. Now, how would we build systems with these 3 E's built in to get to that truly ambient experience? Let's take a deeper look at the technology behind it. So to build this system, one aspect of what we need to do is build this conversational user interface technology as a foundational component. The piece parts of that are, the first piece is to recognize the speech and actually understand the intent of John's request. And that requires advances in natural language understanding. And then once you understand the intent, to convert that intent into machine readable form. Once we understand the intent, we need to convert that into a format that a machine can understand, that can be fed into a reasoning engine that combines the knowledge of the domain and the data of the customer to come up with an answer. Once the answer is figured out, then that answer needs to be converted back into speech in a way that human can understand. There are 5 hard technical problems to solve to build a true interactive, trusted conversational interface. The first one is to understand context over a sustained period of time. So it's not enough to understand the particular instance, but you have to understand the customer's intent over a longer period of time and their preferences. The second one is to be able to recognize the long tail of possible questions. The third is to detect and understand and infuse emotion into these conversations, because that emotion is what is a key component of building trust. The next one is building a reasoning engine, which is probably the hardest thing to do, that combines world's knowledge or a domain knowledge and deep data to actually build that expertise. And the last one is managing the nuances of back and forth conversation. As you saw, John and Ellie were actually going through a very nuanced back and forth conversation. Now, these are some of the hard problems to solve. While we in technology research are looking to solve some of these hard problems, we don't want to wait 30 more years to really get to the answer. So what should we do in the meantime? The solution is to bring a human expert in the loop. The intelligent system has to be smart enough to figure out when it can answer all the questions and when it would be better to actually bring a human expert into the loop to answer that question. In the example that we talked about, John's financial goals are deeply understood by the expert, and their objective of taking a $10,000 loan is actually setting them up for a longer term set of trade-offs that they have to make. So the expert can actually talk them through that and build that comfort and confidence that the solution that's being offered is the optimum solution. To get back to the quote that I started from Mark, I've taken the liberty to slightly modify his quote. The most profound technologies are those that disappear. Artificial intelligence, augmented by a human touch, will weave itself into the fabric of everyday life until it is indistinguishable from it. Now, Mark was right with the definition, but I don't think he had any idea of the progress that we make over these 30 years and also some of the new hard technical problems that we need to solve. To end this, while we're diligently working on some of the hard problems that's confronting the building of ambient intelligent systems, to be practical, if we want to solve the problem today, the blending of human and AI is the best way to deliver the solutions. At Intuit, we call that the AI-driven expert platform. Thank you.
Which device are you using to watch Collision from home? Our platform has different offerings for each device, so we recommend you let the content stream on your TV so you can explore other activities, like our roulette networking function on your computer. Don't forget to also sign up to a live Q&A session. Will social distancing make the idea of large crowds at sporting games extinct? With leagues around the world in disarray, can technology save the day? Talking to VentureBeat's Emil Prodolinsky, we have the CEO of Minute Media, Asaf Peled, Fubo TV CMO Alberto Horihuela, and the CEO of The Score, John Levy.
Hey, I'm joined here by Alberto, John, and Asaf. We're going to talk about sports, which everyone is missing nowadays. So every month, a few million people cut the cord, meaning they cancel their TV subscription. Of the people that do still pay for cable TV, one of the main reasons is, of course, live sports. So without live sports, cutting the cord trend seems to be accelerating, at least from the data that we've seen so far. Sports are starting to return, at least in Asia and Europe, at the time that we're gathered here today. But let's start by addressing the elephant in the room. So how has business been for the three of you with no live sports? Let's start with you, John, maybe.
Interesting. It's been very interesting. When we started the business, just as an aside, I mean, we used to be in the cable business. The cable business led to the TV business, and the TV business led to the digital business, and the mobile business is getting us to the sports betting business. And throughout our history, particularly in the sports business, when we had the TV network and the current digital business, we look at risks as you're assessing the future and how you're going to grow and everything. And, strikes will happen and, can you grow fast enough to accommodate everything that you want to do from a business perspective? And at the end of the day, you always just say, look, as long as they play the damn game, everything's going to be okay. Then what the hell happens? They stop playing the game. And the whole world turned upside down from a sports perspective. So, but from our perspective, I'm very, very proud of our team. We're about 240 people. We've been in the fortunate position where we haven't had to lay anybody off. And of course, I mean, when there's no games, there's no box scores, people aren't hitting our app, 120, 130 times a month. But our content guys have been amazing, digging new stuff up. Engagement's obviously way down. We're advertising supported. That's way down. But we've continued to prep ourselves to be, ready and pretty forceful when sports comes back, because we think it's going to come back with a vengeance, both on the media side, from our perspective, media being mobile, sports, data, content, and from a betting perspective. We saw a lot of that on the weekend with the UFC, right? I mean, that was a terrific card. Nobody in the stands, huge numbers on the UFC side, on the pay side, and on the betting side. So it was a forerunner, I think, of what's to come. So yeah, big impact, but we're ready to go.
What about yourselves, Alberto, Asaf? How's business?
No, I was just going to say to your point, John, it's certainly going to come back very strong. We had the NFL draft on the product a couple of weeks back, and I think year over year the numbers were up like 70%, which is kind of nuts in terms of viewership and demand. So it just gives us a glimpse into how much more demand and consumption there's going to be for sports when we come back in. So football is in kind of an interesting dynamic because it is true that clearly there is no sports. That's one of the biggest drivers holding the cable bundle together alongside with news, less so entertainment now. At the same time, people have more time to watch TV. They're at home. So you kind of have this dichotomy of, no sports, but also more time for TV consumption, which kind of nets itself out over time. I think we position ourselves as a sports first streaming service provider, even though ultimately we are a cable replacement service. But it's certainly tricky of a period, and so I can't say too much into how we see it play out just now. But I will say that the early data that we're seeing in terms of built up demand seems like it's going to be very strong coming into the season. Hopefully, with Bundesliga coming up very soon.
Yeah, no doubt. I agree with you, John, Alberto. None of us starting the business was just putting it on the kind of the risk list, potentially a world with no sports. And it probably does seem to take longer now than we're all predicting just 6 weeks ago when it started. So we're all impacted, no doubt about that. I would say from a media standpoint, we're relatively less dependent on live sports, and so we're still seeing growth in the business year over year. But again, we're hoping to double the business this year, which is never going to happen. So we're going to have to live with a more moderate growth rates. And again, the reason we're still expecting to continue to grow, even in Q2 or in Q1, is our dependency on our technology platform. So over half of our businesses is other publishers and media companies using our tech, and there is a growing demand for that side of the business these days. The other thing is the relative diversity of our content brands. We have an esports publishing brand, and there is an increasing demand for esports and gaming content. And we have the Players Tribune, which is, and surprisingly we're very concerned when it started, but then because athletes are stuck at home, there is a lot more content and consumption going on over there. We have some entertainment brands. So I would say the diversity of our content portfolio is helping against some decrease we're seeing across areas that are more dependent on live sports. And so overall we're okay, but again, there is some impact, no doubt about that.
Did you actually, that you bring up an interesting point though, is what are you guys seeing from the impact long term based on what's happened so far? Do you think how will sports be transformed, and what do you see the impact on your respective businesses that the pandemic will have for the rest of the year, but also let's say the next 5 years?
Obviously there's going to be a lot of change. There's going to be a lot of change in every business, not just ours, in all commercial enterprises. But I think what's happened with the pandemic is really going to be an accelerator of what was already happening. And I think something that all three of our companies, quite frankly, which is really interesting. I said before when we were just chatting before, this is really a really great group because none of us are stuck in the old legacy land. And all of us had sort of recognized that this shift was happening already. And whether it's a content accumulation play, whether it's a data digital sports betting play, or whether it's an over the top, to heck with the old sort of TV business, let's stream it elsewhere, right? And so we had all recognized that, and we're building businesses to accommodate that. And I think that the effect of the pandemic is, and this horrendous situation, but this halt in the sports world is that it's going to accelerate all that. And, you know, I don't think it's going to change anything. It's just going to, it's an eye opener for a lot of people who weren't involved in like the three businesses that we're involved with, which had already recognized this humongous shift in the context of how people consume sports, what excites them. You know, I mean, it's never going to be the way it was when I was a kid and you just sat down and watched 3 or 4 hours of a game. Never. Or read SI, Sports Illustrated. I mean, that brand is trying to come back. It's coming back to life, maybe. Who knows? We'll see. But, you know, it's a different world completely. And I look at, you know, not even my kids. My kids are growing up, but their kids and how they consume sports. So I think that when you look down the road, you know, past what happens in the next 12, 18, 24 months, but in the next couple of years, where we're positioned, I think is perfectly aligned. And it's really no magic. What you're trying to do is just line up with the consumer, and not the old consumer, the new consumer, and try to make life easier for them. And that was a trend that was happening long before this goddamn pandemic started.
I agree with John. I think that the process is certainly accelerating long-term wise. I mean, if you're looking at some of the news that are coming out in terms of our industry, football TV in particular, the rate of cord cutting, it's only getting faster. And I think this pandemic, not only the fact that folks are spending time indoors, but the financial implications that it has on households in the US predominantly where we're active. You know, people are really looking at their balance sheets and thinking, hey, do I really need to be paying this much money for the service? And frankly, I'm not getting sports right now. So do I really need it? And so you're seeing that acceleration of cord cutting happening, which means that it's going to open doors for alternative ways of consuming sports, which all of our companies are going to benefit from it. In the near term, I think obviously you're going to see sports come back at some point, you know, with varying degrees. But there's still going to be fear, which means that less people are going to be going to stadiums, less people are going to be going to the pub to catch a game, which means that more people are going to be going online to watch and consume content related statistics, news, recaps related to sports. So all of that is going to be beneficial. And I think the traditional model is just going to be shaking for a little bit and certainly shift away from what it is.
Yeah, and I agree. And again, I agree with what John said in that it's an unfortunate situation right now. But again, sports will come back. And what's happening right now is an acceleration of some of kind of the lingering trends. Yeah. And I think that the companies that are going to be best positioned to benefit from the change are those that are more nimble, relatively leaner, and use technology. So as we've seen, I think in the past, in past crises, it's always been the tech-driven platforms that benefit from those disruptions. And again, you look at I think football and the score, and hopefully also Minute Media. I think each of the three companies on the call today to use tech in a relatively disruptive way. And so we sit here in one quarter. It's still going to be challenging, but I think we're going to sit here in a couple of years, and I think those are going to be the beneficiaries of the current shift in the way fans consume the game live and before and after the games.
And how is tech the main differentiator in all your businesses? What are you guys doing with technology specifically?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So specifically within Minute Media, we made a decision probably about 4 years ago that the tech enabled publishing stack or platform that we're using to serve our first global football brand called 90 Min is quite advanced from a technology standpoint, fully optimized for, let's say, mobile and video and global distribution. And we thought that we could take that publishing platform and open it up and invite other more traditional publishing companies, media companies to use the same publishing stack. So I think that's how we've been using our platform, really opening up what we've built to third-party publishing partners, and that's been scaling for us. And again, it's counterintuitive, but in a way, the more other traditional publishers struggle in the market, the more demand we see for our platform, which is why in 2018, when there was a lot of issues with Facebook and social impacting publisher, we've seen a surge in demand for the use of our platform, and we're expecting to see the same thing right now. So that's our prediction for the use of technology in the current environment.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to TV streaming, I think it's a similar story. Traditional cable, you're talking about 1995 technology on a set-top box that has varying degrees of capabilities that fairly are not matched, or rather not compared to what you can do in the cloud, right? So when you talk about accessibility, the fact that I can access my recordings on my DVRs, on my games on the go, on my phone, on an iPad over here, continue watching on my friend's house after the fact, that is a degree of innovation that our technology is bringing into the marketplace that is not available in traditional pay TV. Personalization is another one of content. You're talking about, as a Fubo TV subscriber, I know exactly what games and what content Emil is watching. I can personalize the viewing experience for you based on that. If you're about to miss a game, or there's a piece of content that is relevant to you, I can remind you that you should be recording it because you can't catch it live. It's a degree of experience that is not possible on a limited piece of hardware that you're keeping up in your living room. So we're really taking off the shackles and allowing the consumer to have a much more comprehensive viewing experience than what you had before, which I think, when you think about the primary reason for why folks are cutting the cord today, it's really cost savings. The average cable bundle is $135 in the US or so. We're providing a service for half of that cost. And I think as the technology continues to improve, you're going to see this catalyst where it's not just about cost saving, but it's actually about a better viewing experience, that all the things that I just mentioned, personalization, accessibility, and so on, that really add on top of the fact that you have a cable bill that is half of what you were formerly paying. So it's I think it's a combination of things, and I think it's going to be challenging for the traditional folks to really evolve from that point of view.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that's been said. I mean, tech's at the core of all of our potential successes for all of our companies, and I think for any company going forward, to be quite frank. And it's kind of like people use our app and they see it on the surface and they say, oh, it's an app, it's so easy. Well, we spent 7-8 years developing technology to create this goddamn app that is the second most popular app in North America. We didn't get there just because we decided we wanted to be in the sports digital mobile business. It was because we have, of our 200 some odd employees, we got product and engineering team of about 90 people, and that's all they do. And then when we went into the betting business, it wasn't just to create another, a betting app. It wasn't just to create another exchange where people could go in and make a bet. The whole idea is to make it simple, to make it the interface, to coordinate it with the media app. So, it's kind of like you see this thing floating along on top of the water. You say, boy, that's pretty easy. What you don't recognize is this little thing is pedaling its legs underneath, and it's got a whole slew of people and content providers and engineers and everything that are trying to stay ahead of the game. And there really is two critical elements to focus, I think, for all of our businesses. One is technology, obviously, and you may not call we're a sports media business or sports mobile business or whatever, but really we're a technology business, number one. And number two, just concentrate on the consumer and marry those two things effectively. And that's where your special sauce is, quite frankly. And that's why the big guys have such a hard time doing it, because they're stuck in la land, right? They're stuck in protecting their old revenue streams. They're stuck in protecting brands that the people don't give a shit about anymore. So, stay focused, use technology, and just follow that young consumer. And that's, I think, the recipe for success for all of our businesses and other businesses too.
Right. Okay, yeah, I mean, I wanted to talk a little bit more about sports betting and esports and so on, but it seems like we're almost at time. So quickly, I think, John, you went over your special sauce. Asaf and Alberto, go over your special sauce, and we'll close it out.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's recapping a little bit of what I just said in terms of the ability to bring television on a personalized basis, accessible to consumers, not the hundreds of channels that you don't care about, but really the sweet ones that you wanted to get, and it's just and doing that for half the cost, right? So when you think about television in 10 years from now, do you believe that people are going to be watching TV out of a cable box or an antenna in their living rooms, shackled by all the traditional ways in which content is consumed? I'd be hard pressed to believe that will be the case. So we are very focused on thinking about where does television viewing, how is that going to evolve over time, and what can we do between now and then to increase the viewing experience from it being just lean back and additional layers that we can add into the viewing experience with technology to improve that experience on top of the fact that you're lowering costs. So I think it's a lot of what has been said, the focus on technology and on consumer, as John very nicely put it.
And Asaf, your special sauce?
Yeah, I think I'm going to repeat what I said before. Again, we believe that if you look at again, the current pandemic, you're starting to see, as John mentioned earlier, acceleration of kind of trends from the past 5 years. And I think that over the next 5 to 10 years, the winners in our space will be those who will be able to capture and leverage the transition of, I would say, audiences from I would say desktop to mobile, from text to video, relatively younger audiences, and I would say great experiences of content creation, distribution at scale, not just domestically, but globally. And again, we believe that our secret sauce is having built that publishing platform to enable it for our publishing brands, also opening it up for other third-party partners that cannot build the tech on their own and can use what we've built. So that's the way we see it over the next decade, hopefully.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen, and hopefully we'll have sports back very, very soon.
Our next speaker is the CEO of an internet infrastructure company that he founded at the age of just 19. Evervault's Shane Curran will take us through how he built his API for data privacy and why the company is going from strength to strength after receiving a $16 million Series A raise.
Given all the time that we spent solving data privacy at Evervault and building the data privacy infrastructure for developers, and after all that thinking and mulling over, the one thing we discovered is that data privacy is a really hard problem. It's been estimated that so far there's been 6.6 billion personal accounts hacked, and that includes some high-profile hacks like the Facebook, Equifax, and Capital One breaches. But every single day, data is going to places that we don't know about, and we just don't know how to stop it. With Facebook, for example, you can use a messenger chatbot to sue companies like Equifax for the data that they lost in court in New York or California through a really simple interface. So it's causing real financial and brand damage to companies that suffer these breaches. And the reality is everyone cares about data privacy, and it's not something that compliance teams and companies or your average consumer are thinking about all the time. They just want to be using the product that they signed up for or paid for. And that's pretty sad, but the reality is because no one wants to care about it, someone else has to think about the solution for them. Privacy isn't something that should slow people who are building products down. It should be something that's a given and a baked-in feature of everything that people are building. Privacy is a feature of these products, and given that it should be the same, it should be as easy to integrate as something like Stripe for payments or any of these other kind of APIs or developer tools that you use when you're building an application, whether it's for deploying your app to the cloud or importing a library for data storage. Privacy should be as simple as that. You should just be able to import something like privacy.js and have a service like Evervault or any other company look after the rest for you. It should be baked into the software stack from day one. Overall, the data privacy toolkit so far is just really terrible. It's clear that no one has spent much time thinking about it, very much, if at all. And someone does need to do that. And it's not your average developer. Average developers are best at creating features that people want and features that people care about. So we think the things that matter most for developers are things like authentication and what we call privacy cages. Privacy cages are basically cloud environments that let you put your own source code in, process encrypted data, and not have to worry about where that information goes in the end. And you know that the data isn't leaking to a third-party service or that you're going to get caught up in a data breach long term. It's something that people should just be able to bake in, deploy, and forget about. The interface itself should be something really simple, just like what we've got here, where you run through a simple flow in a command line, put in your email and password, deploy your source code, and the rest is looked after. You shouldn't have to worry about how it scales, how it's processed, and someone else should just be doing all that thinking for you. In general, with privacy itself, we wrote 8 rules for how we think the industry should see data privacy as a problem. We don't really care whether, other people are kind of baking this into their products necessarily, but we hope that the industry in general thinks about the problem in this way. And all of the products that we build have the Pragmatic Privacy Manifesto fed into it from day one. So that's something that we think a lot of people should think about. You can find the manifesto on our website, but aside from that, thank you.
Traffic, overpopulation, and high rental costs are just a few of the issues that currently surround city living. But what if there was a way to travel huge distances with a much shorter commute time? In conversation with The Verge's Andrew Hawkins, Jay Walder, CEO of Virgin Hyperloop One, discusses what the new age of urban mobility will look like and how close we are to it.
All right. Jay, thank you so much for being here for these questions. The first question I had for you is, I think maybe something that's the most pressing question when it comes to the Hyperloop, which is, when are we going to see a fully operational Hyperloop system, either for passengers or cargo, and where do you think that will be?
Well, I don't think we're far off, actually, in seeing it. I mean, let's be clear. Virgin Hyperloop One has already demonstrated a working Hyperloop system. We have a full-scale test facility just outside of Las Vegas. We've run over 400 tests. We've proven that Hyperloop works. I think that's step one, right? We're past that already in being able to do it. Two, we're actively working right now with across 17 states in the US on a Hyperloop certification center. We put out an RFP at the end of last year. 17 states, actually 19 proposals, and 17 states came back to host the Hyperloop certification center. And I really think our path forward, we could have Hyperloop certified as a passenger transport system by 2025. And I think you potentially could be carrying freight before that.
So when it comes to your company, how's the financial situation looking? And do you expect any new funding coming in the immediate future?
Well, we've been very fortunate in many ways that our investors had seen this as a long-term venture in being able to do it. We're a pre-revenue company, so many of the impacts that people have in terms of operating revenues haven't hit us in doing that. So fortunately, our financial situation is sound, and that's been great for us. The challenge, frankly, is being able to get to our physical facilities. So there's a lot of work that we can do at home, as we all are. We're working our computers, we're moving work forward. But this is a company that actually has invested and built physical facilities for testing, component testing of levitation systems, brake systems, electromagnetic systems, battery systems, etc. We have this test facility outside of Las Vegas that I mentioned as well. And so that's really been the impact, is that we're divorced from those facilities right now, and we're hoping in the near future that, following appropriate social distance rules and with the approval of authorities, that we'll be able to get back in to be able to move forward on those test programs.
How the COVID-19 situation, do you think, changes the mission for the Hyperloop? Do you see any sort of impact on how customers or even cities might be approaching a project like yours, given sort of the change nature, the change transportation network that we might see in the future, if people are going to be avoiding public transportation, if there's more of an emphasis on logistics and delivery? How do you see that situation changing for Virgin Hyperloop One?
So first off, let's be clear. Hyperloop is the first new mode of transportation we've had in over 100 years. And one of the benefits that it has is that it seamlessly deals with goods and people. So to the extent that there's shifting emphasis, you can deal with both of those pieces. I would take on one point that you said, which I feel very, very strongly about. I went to Hong Kong to run the MTR as the CEO of the Hong Kong MTR in 2012. And this was about 9 years after SARS. And I think one of the things that was clear out of that was that the city depended on the transportation system, that people, they needed to rebuild their confidence about using public transport following SARS, but they did. And when I went there, 8-9 years after SARS, the ridership was at all-time highs. We were building 5 new rail lines at the same time to be able to do that. And I do think that we will recover from this in being able to do it. Is there anything that we're seeing right now that says to us that the importance of mobility has declined? I don't think so. I think the importance of mobility increases. I think we want to be able to move between places and be able to do it. We realize the value of human interaction. I'm happy to talk with you right now, but darn, I'd much prefer to be doing this in person right now. And I'll bet you would I'll bet you would as well. And I think that what Hyperloop is giving us the ability to be able to do is to rethink some of the basis of distance and time in a way that is really, really exciting. And I think people like that. You know, I mentioned a moment ago the Hyperloop Certification Center that we're working on. When the COVID crisis hit, I wrote to all of the states that were working with us. And I said, look, I fully appreciate this is a crisis situation that's in front of you. If you feel you can't work with us on this right now, I understand that. You know, tell me how you feel about this. And every single state wrote back to me and said, no, this is exactly the sort of thing that we should be working on right now. Nobody has stopped working on it. And I think that's exciting.
That's a good a way to look at this. And I think, you know, when you're talking to cities, especially when you're talking to local governments about the Hyperloop project, are they expressing any reservations, though, when it comes to the financial obligations that they may have? I think we're already seeing that cities are taking a huge hit in their tax revenue as a result of the pandemic. Is the Hyperloop something that is going to require public funds to move forward to become a reality?
It may, but let's stop and think about this for a second. I think what people are actually saying is we're at a time when we look forward, when we get past the immediate impacts of the crisis and we look to the stimulus of the economy, we look to the opportunity space that may be there, where we need to be able to think about this not in terms of what's in the rearview mirror, not just in terms of rebuilding the infrastructure that we had before, but really, what are the things that propel us forward for the 21st century? And actually, what every state is looking at in the conversation we're having with this is that the ability to be able to create a new industry, the ability to create new supply chain, the ability to create jobs, 21st century jobs for product that can be built in the United States and exported to other places. The ability to have a high-tech industry in places around the country that we don't normally think of high-tech industry in, West Virginia or Missouri, Ohio, not just California, New York, Boston, in being able to think about that. So a lot of the states are coming back in a very, very exciting way. I mean, I've had governors on the phone with me subsequent to the coronavirus saying, I just want to tell you how important I think this is, and we are not taking our foot off the pedal.
I think there's a lot of folks out there who also would prefer to see government money spent on maybe more provable technology like high-speed rail. What is your pitch to them in terms of why maybe that might be a better venture to back would be the Hyperloop as opposed to a mission like high-speed rail, which, while underfunded, is obviously a proven technology in several countries around the world?
Why wouldn't you want to do something that allows you to go faster, that allows you to be more flexible, that allows you to be able to operate in a more environmentally friendly way, that creates jobs in the United States of America, that allows you to create new industry to be able to do this? You know, the answers are, I think, really, really clear. You know, look, I am a rail guy. You know that. That's not the point that I'm making. But the fact of the matter is that rail is defined by technology that is almost 200 years old. So many of the things that we do are incremental to decisions that were taken years and years ago in being able to do it. It's time to actually start with a cleaner sheet of paper. We can operate faster, almost up to 700 miles an hour. We can operate smoothly. You will literally be riding on a bed of air using magnetic levitation, be able to hold a cup of coffee at that speed. We can operate using the type of control systems that you have for autonomous vehicles, which are the most modern ways of being able to think about that, and to literally have pods spaced seconds apart in being able to do it. We can move away from the idea of train schedules to an on-demand system, which is so much of the way that we like to live our life. And we can carry passengers and goods seamlessly on the same system. Seems like the time right now is to move away from saying, how do we make incremental change on something that started with steam engines 200 years ago, And how do we now move forward to something that takes advantage of all the modern technology that we have today? And if we're going to invest in looking forward, this is the time to be able to do that. And I think we've seen this throughout history, that when there have been advancements in transportation technology, in mobility, that there is always a skepticism about what will happen. And then what follows that skepticism is an enormous change and benefit that has taken place in doing that. And I think we're on the verge of that right now.
It can also be very difficult to build something new in the United States, especially. You have mountains of red tape, environmental review, community resistance. How do you see the Hyperloop sort of navigating all of those challenges, especially when it comes to things like right-of-way and sort of the regulatory environment, which really has to be built from the ground up?
So again, I would say let's take two different parts of it. On the right-of-way part, every one of the states that's been coming back to us that wants to host a Hyperloop Certification Center has been coming back with right-of-way proposals where we could host that center right now. And those are available ways that they're doing it. We've been working in detail. We've been going through complicated modeling with them to be able to assess these sites and be able to do that. So that's one part of it. The second part, I think, let's give credit to the Secretary of Transportation right now. She set up what's called the NET Council, the Non-Traditional Emerging Transportation Technologies. It's explicitly addressing the point that you're mentioning, that our country has a track record, an unenviable track record in terms of the way it's dealt with new transportation technology. Maybe that's the best way to say that. And what she's done is to bring together all of the different groups into this council to say it is our responsibility as the United States of America to support the advancement of new technology, to cut through the red tape to be able to do that. The work that we've been doing with the NET Council has been fantastic. And just by the way, literally just before the crisis hit, we had the NET Council come out and visit our facility in Las Vegas. And they came out to the test facility. They spent a day with us in Los Angeles. They spent a day with us in Las Vegas. They went through our programs. They met with our engineers. They understood the things that we were doing. This is exactly what we should be doing right now. Do we need the help of government to do it? Absolutely. Certification, regulation is not something that a private company can do by itself. It has to be something that's done in partnership with government. But you're starting to see that, I think, in exactly the right way.
You've spoken to local leaders, not just in the United States, but government officials in countries all over the world. Do you think it's, given sort of the state of play, we're more likely to see a Hyperloop first come into operation in a country that's not the United States? I mean, I'm thinking especially, it seems like the project is pretty far along in India. What do you sort of make of sort of the various challenges and the differences in the United States versus some countries around the world?
I love the project in India. The project in India is in the state of Maharashtra. It goes from Mumbai, which is a city of about 20 million people, to Pune, which is a city of about 6 million people. And these two cities are about 140 kilometers apart. Today, it takes almost 4 hours to go between those two cities. With Hyperloop, it would be 28 minutes. And that difference is truly amazing to people, and it's the connectivity that really comes from that in doing it. Virgin Hyperloop One was designated as the original project proponent for this. They've officially moved forward with Hyperloop to be able to do this, and we've been working with the government literally on the final contract documents in doing that. The unfortunate part is that the state of Maharashtra has been hit incredibly hard by coronavirus. Our heart goes out to every area that's hit. They've been hit very, very hard. So we are clearly on pause right now. The priority for the state government is the focus of the health and safety of the people of the state. And I hope that we can pick that up soon. But clearly it will depend on the crisis. I think the other point that I make about it is that some of the things that Hyperloop responds to are hugely important and noticeable all around the world. I mentioned before, for example, the environmental benefits of Hyperloop. 1/10 the emissions of a short-haul aircraft, actually 1/4 the emissions of rail in doing that. And this is noticeable. I mean, climate change, climate crisis is something that we have in front of us. And people, again, are looking and saying, transportation is one of the key areas that contributes to that climate crisis. We should have 21st century solutions to be able to deal with a 21st century problem. And I'm hearing that around the world. You hear that in the Middle East, where they have a desire to build new infrastructure, but they want to do it in an environmentally friendly way. You hear it in India with the project that we're doing, and we're hearing it around the world. I think it's really exciting.
I think we're out of time, but I just want to say thanks, Jay, for sitting here with us and talking.
You're welcome. I hope it's been fun. Good luck with everything, and stay safe.
Our next speaker leads the company at the forefront of the smart city revolution. He's going to offer you a glimpse of what a city in the future might look like, when we might actually be living in one, and also share their learnings from their recent decision not to proceed with the Toronto Quayside project. Talking to Andrew Hawkins of The Verge, it's the CEO of Google's Sidewalk Labs, Dan Doctoroff.
All right, well, I'm Andrew Hawkins. I'm a senior transportation reporter at The Verge, and I'm here with Dan Doctoroff, the CEO of Sidewalk Labs. Dan, thanks for being here with me.
It's great to be with you, Andrew, and great to be at Collision.
So Sidewalk Labs is an offshoot of Google that's focused on smart cities. I've seen many different definitions of smart cities over my years, and I'm just wondering if you could sort of start off by explaining to me what the definition of smart cities is from the Sidewalk Labs perspective.
It's funny, we never use that term at all. We think cities actually are maybe the smartest institution ever invented by humans. So we don't use that term, but we think of ourselves as an urban innovation company. Our mission is to combine kind of cutting edge technology and innovation with great urban design to help to radically improve urban life. And so our whole focus is on what can we do to improve the quality of life in cities.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things about Sidewalk Labs is, since it's an offshoot of Google, there have been a number of offshoots from Sidewalk Labs over the years. Can you sort of explain your take on sort of like how that's been developing?
Yeah, I mean, we think of our companies. Sorry about that. We think of ourselves as really three things. At our core, we've developed a set of products and systems that help to improve life in cities. So one example is a company called City Block, which is got a new approach to serving sort of the urban disadvantaged and hardest to care for. It's a healthcare company. Another is a company called Replica, which has developed a new way of modeling urban mobility flows. We're focused on other things like mass timber buildings and affordable electrification, a new approach to doing the planning for large-scale developments. And so there's a number of others, typically focused around, going forward, affordability and sustainability. But we also think you've got to engage in physical places to actually not only implement those things, but develop the insights to make those products better and develop new insights over time. And so I said, what we think we really are best described at is sort of an urban innovation company.
So Sidewalk Labs was in the news recently for its project in Toronto. You guys are pulling back from that project. It was very ambitious. You wanted to sort of redevelop a portion of the waterfront there in that city and build it sort of from the internet up, was one of the ways it was described. Can you sort of explain what the mission of that project was and why you think that it turned out that it was not going to come to fruition?
Well, the mission was to bring together in one place a lot of the innovations that we think actually can really demonstrate kind of how urban life can be different. How can we meaningfully reduce the cost of living? How can we make people's lives more convenient? How can we achieve better health outcomes? How can we actually move people around in new ways? How can we achieve a new standard of sustainability, et cetera? And the idea was to bring them all together in one place. We worked for 2.5 years on it. We worked very closely with government officials in Toronto on it. Out of that, we developed a whole set of those product ideas that I mentioned just a moment ago. But at the end of the day, with COVID-19, the economics of the project actually just became too difficult. And we just couldn't achieve both acceptable returns and the innovation agenda that we had planned, which was the whole purpose of it in the first place. And so we just decided that it was better not to spend more time on it. Instead, we will work with developers and municipalities in other places.
Yeah, I remember when the plan was first unveiled, you guys put out multi-volume books about sort of what your intentions were. And it was just a massive amount of ideas sort of encapsulated in one place. How do you make sure that those ideas don't go to waste here? What do you think about the case that the Toronto project could be then maybe spun into some maybe more low scale projects or less ambitious projects in the future?
Well, I think that there's two different avenues that our work can take leading out of the work we did in Toronto. The first is the creation of companies based on a lot of those ideas. So as an example, we are huge believers in the potential of mass timber to lower construction costs, to lower construction times, both of which can have a big role in helping to address the affordability issue. There are also massive sustainability benefits and aesthetic benefits as well. We are in the process of creating a company to, in effect, commercialize the construction of mass timber. You know, out of our efforts in Toronto, we developed a very different approach to dramatically reducing carbon emissions. One of those approaches, pieces of that approach, is what we call affordable electrification, which is basically to use all electricity in, whether it's a building or in a district, without using fossil fuels. We think that there is a very important company that potentially could be created out of that. You know, the planning tools that we developed to design the district, which we think can help to optimize using machine learning and computational design, we think that can be a separate company. Separately, we will also be engaging, as said, with developers using some of those innovations that were described in our plan for Toronto, some of which we ourselves will be building into companies to help developers achieve these sorts of quality of life improvements at the same time. In some cases, we will be a capital partner with them as well. So we expect to play a role in the building out of the places and just do it in a more diversified way than we would have in Toronto. We were always going to employ that strategy. This just accelerates it in some way.
You described the Sidewalk Labs as a company engaged in innovating cities. And I know that it's been remarked upon that a lot of that can involve the use of sensors to sort of provide data for cities so that they can get a better sense of how its citizens are using the infrastructure that exists or certain products. How do you sort of make sure that that's something that is safe for people, that there's not some trade-off between the use of sensors and data and people's privacy?
It's a great question. And I think that was probably the area that was discussed the most over the 2+ years while we were working in Toronto. And in fact, because we had such a robust, sometimes more than robust dialogue over that, we think we've actually developed an approach that squarely leaves sort of decisions about what the applications for the use of that kind of data leaves them squarely in the hands of the public sector. We think at the end of the day that there is a desperate need to get our arms around the use of data in public spaces in particular, get our arms around urban data. And the best way to do that is actually by having the public sector actually engage both with approving the applications, monitoring them over time, according to a set of principles and processes, all of which we actually laid out as part of our proposal. So we think it's doable. We think we also have to recognize that it's a problem everywhere. And I think what we did was set what could be a really global standard, or at least produce a set of ideas that could morph into a global standard for the management of this data.
So cities are reeling from the coronavirus pandemic right now, and we're also sort of, at the time that we're speaking, we're in the grips of mass demonstrations against police violence and brutality. And there's a lot of chaos that's out there right now in cities. It seems like people are clamoring for more equitable cities, and I'm wondering sort of if you have thoughts about ways that cities could achieve that while also sort of maintaining, focuses on sustainability and innovation as well.
Well, let me separate for the moment the question of more equitable cities and dealing with the issue of racism. To create more equitable cities, we're going to have to develop a new model of what I've called inclusive, sustainable, resilient growth, and the emphasis on inclusive. I mean, the reality is, if we look at the growth model that cities have used over the golden period for cities over the last 25 years, it's been to some extent sort of a growth at any cost, and we haven't focused as much on the distribution of the benefits of that growth. Doing that in a way that is fair, doing it in a way that gives people greater opportunity, doing it in a way that reduces sort of the inequities within neighborhoods and across the city is going to be absolutely critical. I think in order to do that, we are going to have to innovate our way out of some of these problems. We're going to have to develop new approaches to reducing the cost of living. We've got to do that at the same time, though, that we enable our cities to grow. Because if we don't grow, we won't be able to generate the tax revenues to be progressive places. And so finding that right balance between inclusivity and growth, while at the same time making our cities more sustainable and resilient, is absolutely critical. Now, that says nothing about racism, and we all know that racism persistent in our cities. We're seeing horrible evidence of it kind of daily now, and of course that doesn't count the thousands and millions of incidents that we don't see. There's not a technological answer to that. That's everybody recognizing, in this case in particular, that Black lives do matter. That's our political leaders, it is our communities, it's our police forces, and we are just going to have to work so much harder on addressing that. But that's not something that a company like Sidewalk Labs can really deal with. That's something that we, as everybody, has to deal with.
You mentioned your New York Times op-ed. You focused a lot of that op-ed talking about density and also public transportation. There has been some focus on both of those things as possible vectors in terms of the spread of the coronavirus. Is this going to be a perception that cities are going to be able to counteract, you think, in the future, or are we going to see, another sort of another instance of populations sort of moving out of cities to avoid possible future outbreaks?
I think there's a risk in the short term, short to intermediate term, that people don't return. The risk, by the way, with that is that tax revenues decline, services are cut, the quality of life goes down, and more people leave. I think we have a huge risk of that in the short term and intermediate term. Over time, things adjust. Hopefully there'll be a vaccine or therapies that give people confidence that they can kind of go out and and be safe. But it is true that in the short term, the foundation of the recovery has got to be public health. And it has to be visible. And so we need to demonstrate to citizens, to employers, to employees, to visitors, that we as cities are taking every possible precaution in order to ensure their safety. There's a good analogy to that to after 9/11, where this New York City Police Department created a counterterrorism force of 1,200 police officers, where we had, bag checks before people went into the subways. Eventually, we had TSA, which didn't exist before 9/11, going through a whole set of elaborate procedures at airports to give people confidence. We're going to have to do the same thing for public health if we want to establish confidence in our cities. And yeah, even with the vaccine, even with therapies or treatments, I think that focus is probably not going to go away.
I'm a transportation reporter, so public transportation is something that's very close, near and dear to my heart. And I was somewhat dismayed recently reading about the CDC guidelines in terms of best practices about how to sort of reopen our cities and our economies, insofar as it focused on avoiding public transportation and recommending that people take cars to and from their jobs. That's just not going to be something that works for cities like New York and many other cities across the country. What do you see as some of the outcomes, do you think, in terms of some of the innovations that are needed to adapt public transportation to this sort of new environment that we're living in?
Well, first of all, in a city like New York, places like Chicago or Boston, Philadelphia, I mean, public transportation is the backbone of urban life. And if we cannot convince people it's safe to ride public transportation, then we are going to have significant problems. But I think we can. I just think we have to do it in a highly visible, effective way. And whether that's a combination of hygiene, of preparedness, of other things, if we don't establish that, our cities will really struggle. I think another thing that we lost sight of in this entire COVID-19 period is the problems we have, the more, in fact, existential problem we have with climate change. The reality is density is critical to addressing climate change, because cities are perhaps the single best vehicle for reducing the amount of carbon emissions. New York City, for example, per capita produces 30% of the carbon emissions as the rest of America. So the more people we can get into dense environments, the better we're going to do from a climate change perspective. And getting people out of mass transit into cars is antithetical, actually, to that. When this begins to fade, and eventually it will, and we begin to focus again on the existential nature of climate change, I think you will begin to see sort of a return to an understanding of why density and the things that make density possible are actually really important. Again, I think this is a shorter term problem, not necessarily a longer term problem. I think another thing that's important to note, and I'm certainly not the first one to point this out, is that density by itself is not a problem, particularly even with respect to a pandemic. We have cities in Asia that are more dense than even New York, some cases almost as connected to the rest of the world as New York, that manage to not have the same problems that our cities in the United States did, in large part because they were better prepared, in part because they've been through it, maybe not to this extent in other cases, but they were prepared. And we're going to have to change our culture. We're going to have to change our practices. I think over time people will get comfortable, and that includes mass transit.
It seems like, with the economy being shut down for as long as it's been, the cities will also be confronting major budget deficit problems due to decline in tax revenue and things like that we've already mentioned. Is that going to make it harder for a company like yours to sort of sell its vision to cities when they're going to be struggling to just, pay teachers and to keep roads maintained and sort of provide for basic services?
It's interesting. In Toronto, we weren't looking to government to pay for things other than a normal contribution, for example, to affordable housing. In fact, what we offer are ways of doing things potentially cheaper or faster or better. I think the real question that city governments are going to have to face if they truly want to take advantage of what innovation can offer is they're going to have to be organized to enable innovation. And that's not something cities typically do, but they did do it over 100 years ago. You think about what happened between, for example, the late 1870s and the early 1900s when we put in an electric grid, we had entirely new sanitation systems, we had to make way for cars and subways and other things. We figured out how to do that back then. I think government's going to have to figure out how to do it now, because at the end of the day, it is going to be innovation that will enable us to actually produce that inclusive, sustainable, resilient growth model.
Well, unfortunately, it seems like we're out of time, Dan. I feel like we could go for another 20 minutes if we could, but it doesn't look like we have the time to. But I want to thank you so much for sitting here with me and answering these questions.
It was my pleasure, and great to see you again, Andrew.
London Trade Art combines art and finance through the creation of an art exchange, a digital platform to buy and sell art shares of high-value artworks within a transparent market, which transforms your art passion into a smart investment.
What if everyone here in this room could donate 90 minutes per week to change the world?
Across the Western world, there's massive discontent and anger.
We have legalized the abuse of the person.
We need equality, and I don't want to feel like I have to wait for that. I want it right now.
There are many challenges and opportunities facing us at this moment.
If we get it wrong, every generation that follows us will pay a price.
The future is not a solo act. It will take all of us working together.
Could this be a breakthrough moment for sustainability, city planning, and our environmental evolution? Our next talk discusses these pressing questions. In conversation with Nicole Systrom from Sutro Energy Group, it's Northvolt's Chief Environmental Officer, Emma Nierenheim, founder and CEO of Ecobi, Stuart Lombard, and the Mayor of Lisbon, Fernando Medina.
Good morning, everybody. I've been really looking forward to our conversation today. So I want to start with a question about COVID. So given that there's been a lot of speculation recently about COVID kind of replacing climate change and sustainability as like the main concern of the day, I wanted to start by asking the three of you if that is indeed your experience. And further, if there's anything we can learn from the rapid scale up of vaccination and testing systems that we can kind of pull over into the sustainability space to drive climate innovation any faster. So Emma, could we start with you?
Sure, we can, of course. I think that there are a lot of things that we need to learn from COVID. First and foremost, that when the apocalypse comes closer, when the crisis is here, it's a little bit too late to do anything. I mean, we need to be prepared. And I think that I get this question a lot, not only in panels, but from authorities and so forth. And what I usually say is that if you can prepare and if you can make plans, let's do it. I mean, it's a huge problem when we go into crisis that a lot of experts actually raised their hands quite a bit before, but they really didn't get through. So make sure we do the plans and make sure that we are fully prepared to what is coming, I think is incredibly important.
Great. Stuart, what's your reaction?
I think COVID is blotting out the sun of human consciousness when it comes to sort of mind share, right? I don't think that there's much that we can do about that, and I think that's okay. I'm also not optimistic that we're going to learn a lot from COVID that will help us with sustainability, primarily because I think the risk-reward factor is different. But I think we have something even more valuable. And I think that thing that is more valuable is that we've taken the frog out of the boiling water. And so if you think about the way that we've been living in this world, which is, incrementally been getting more and more unsustainable, right? And all of a sudden the pandemic comes and we're pulled out of that world. And now you realize, like, for all the companies who used to say, all my employees have to be under one roof, we suddenly have this experiment where none of your employees are under one roof. And that experiment is working. And for people, I don't have to drive 3 hours a day in my car to get to work and to get home, right? I like the fact that the air is clean. I like the fact that there's less noise. I like walking in my neighborhood. Those are all things that we're learning that I think people will want to keep. And I think you're seeing those announcements, and you think about, companies like Google and Twitter and ourselves, for example, where all of a sudden you might see 30% less cars on the road just because people are working from home. And that's a tremendous opportunity, in my opinion.
Yeah. Fernando, has that been your experience in Lisbon as well?
Yes, it is. I think the major achievement of COVID from the policy point of view is to show us our ability to change. The way that things change everywhere so quickly. We made things in weeks or months that probably would take us years to make if we make a plan for that. Yep. And if you look all around, everything's changed so quickly, and we were able to make that change. For instance, now we are talking about a conference that normally is thousands of people together. Now we are making exactly the same, talking on softwares that we didn't use so much 2 months ago. Yeah. So our ability to change the way that we work, the way that classes are taught in schools, the way that we provide food regularly, the way that government change. Just to tell you about the public administration, like a city hall, obviously we have services that have to be made on the streets, but we have almost 50% of people that are working from their homes. And I say, if you ask me 3 months ago, can you make it? And I had to say, no, it is not possible to make. So it shows us that when we are put in front of a wall or with our backs in a wall, that was the situation that we were, we act. And so if we can drive this lesson to other goals and other challenges like climate change, it would be very achieving, because now we don't have an excuse. Yeah. I agree that it's not possible to go and to say to people, let's put the same people are not going to the same direction so easily. But COVID has allowed us some major arguments about climate change. And the biggest argument is about the connection between climate and health, because people now are much more sensitive to pollution. It's completely proven the impact of COVID is much more severe in regions that the high levels of pollution cause degradation of the respiratory systems. And now a lot of studies are being made of the impacts on pollution on the spread of the virus all around communities. So on this issue about health and connection about health of the environment is going to be a big achievement that is going to sustain us to speed change. Obviously, there are many obstacles, namely the cars, less of confidence on public transport. But if we can manage the change, we can use it, the lessons that we learn about this crisis to speed up the fight against climate change.
Yeah. So Fernando, let me just continue with you. Lisbon won the European Green Capital Award in 2020. So congratulations on that. And so just kind of pre-COVID, even I know you've been thinking about these sustainability issues. What has enabled Lisbon to be so successful at greening your infrastructure and having a more sustainable city living lifestyle for your residents? What is it? The people? Is it the policies? What is it?
I think it is about policies, and it was the impact of policies on people, because at the beginning people say, I don't know if I like it. I like a lot my car. It's the same everywhere. But the question is that when we build parks, and people, in the day that we inaugurate a park, it's a victory, because everyone loves more parks than cars. And when we go for efficient public transport, people begin to use it. And one thing that we learn is that about new generations, they think very different from older generations. Kids on their 20s, on their 30s, they think different from my generation. I'm in the 40s. And they don't like cars particularly. They don't like to be attached to something. They'd like to know other places, much more global than previous generations. So it's much easier to tackle that change. So our approach is has to be very strong on policies, and then allow people to see the results. And basically people like what they see. People like a city where they live better, with better environment. They see the change, but change is very difficult. It's not a rose road. It's very difficult to make, but that's a question about policies and politics. I think that policies and politics, they are very important. We cannot say everyone is equal, because they are not.
It's interesting to me, though, that you talk about this next generation and sort of change in attitude. So Stuart, I wanted to turn to you. As we see, talk a little bit about consumer behavior change and then the investor behavior change that's linked to that. As we see consumers sort of make more sustainable choices in their lifestyles and purchasing habits, have you seen a similar kind of change in the investment side from when you first started Ecobee? Are investors more interested in these kind of sustainable companies, or willing to take more risks these days on this kind of area?
Yeah, absolutely. I think really the conversation around sustainability has changed. And it's interesting because I think sustainability is one of the most misunderstood concepts that's out there, right? Because it's sort of pitched as this, liberal versus conservative kind of battle. But the reality is sustainability is about doing more with less, right? And so it's really about better business models. And when you think about mission-driven companies are differentiated, which means they have competitive advantages that non-differentiated companies don't have. And when you think about, how you build a great company, one of the ways is by attracting great employees. And Fernando's comment about, generations of people and how people think about their work, we want our work to be meaningful. And so being a mission-driven company allows you to attract the best people, which allows you to build the best business, because ultimately you are your people. The other thing that I think is really interesting about mission-driven businesses is that there's so much noise in the media. Like, we're Ecobee, we compete against Google. And every time I turn on the Raptors game, I'm a huge basketball fan, I see a Google ad on TV and I'm like, damn, how are we going to compete against Google?
Yeah.
And the way that we compete against Google is by being mission-driven. And really, we're never going to outspend Google, right? Never. They have more money than God. But if we can get our customers to be rabid fans, that's how we win. And word of mouth and having rabid fans and having customers advocate on your behalf is a much, much better business model. I think the last part is, I think we've entered what I would call sustainability 3.0, right? And if you think about what sustainability 2.0 was, sustainability 2.0, sustainability was kind of a euphemism for the product doesn't work as well and it costs way more, right?
Yep.
But if you look at where we are today, sustainable products are just way better, right? So if you thought about smart thermostats, which we make, and you spoke to one of our customers, or actually one of Google's customers too, and you said like, hey, I'm going to give you back your old one. They're like, no way. I'm more comfortable. It's easier to use. I save more money. The same is true with cars, right? So if you asked a Tesla owner, are you ever planning to buy a gas car anymore? It's like, not a chance, right? It's cheaper to run. It handles better. There's no maintenance. It's just a way better car. And the same is true with renewables, right? So whether it's wind or solar, I think solar just cleared at 1.5 cents a kilowatt hour, right? On a massive 20-year power purchase agreement. 1.5 cents a kilowatt hour. That's cheaper than anything. Like, it doesn't matter whether you love gas or not, or you're just a pure economist. You're going to say I want solar because it's cheaper, right? And I think that those things combined have just created significantly better business opportunities and are driving smart VCs, I think, to invest in the category.
Great. Emma, I want to turn to you now. Northvolt has recently announced it's going to triple the number of plants throughout Europe, which to me signifies a huge surge in demand for your products. At the same time, we know there are still a lot of barriers in a lot of the urban environments around the world to more electric vehicle adoption. And I wanted to ask you what some of those barriers are and how you think we might address some of them.
Of course. I mean, this is going to be a challenge for Europe, for sure. I know that the European Commission is on this. And I think that connecting a bit to what Stuart said, I mean, Europe is interesting because we have a lot of advantages, such as the things that were mentioned. And we are talking a lot about what differentiates us in Europe from the rest of the world. Asia, how do we compete with the big factories that are being built there, with the US, as you mentioned. But one thing that we do have is that we have very, very strong authorities. And a lot of the factories and a lot of the things that we are building right now, we do in these partnership structures, and we have a very, very close dialogue. And I usually say, when I talk to people who want advice from me on environmental permit processes, for instance, which is most often mentioned, that use them as free consultants, because they are here and they have a perfect handbook by putting these regulations where they for free come in, tell you exactly how you can forever differentiate yourself to the rest of the world. And then you will be on the targets of climate change for your products. You would have a far lower footprint. And at the same time, you will also be before everyone else in every other environmental aspect, because you will also at the same time protect the ecosystems, you will save water, you will make sure that you understand the full umbrella of what it is to build a factory and a product that is sustainable. And then also on that, you are far more confident. So when you attract the talents to Europe, they know that this will happen for sure.
Yeah. Great. That's a perfect segue to my last question. So we just have a couple of minutes left in the panel. So we have the three of you have such a wealth of experience in terms of public-private partnerships and you know what you were just talking about there, Emma, working with local government. Can each of you just share in maybe 30 seconds so that everyone who's watching can, you know, go home and do a little more research afterwards, just an example of a really successful public-private partnership you've been involved with, and maybe just like one bullet point about what made it so great. Maybe Stuart, we can start with you.
Sure. So, you know, we have this great program we call Donate Your Data, right? And one of the things we realized is there's very little data that allows researchers to make better products. And so we've created this initiative where customers can donate their data, we anonymize it, and we share it with researchers working on all kinds of problems, how to make you know, our buildings more energy efficient, to how do we help seniors live longer in their homes. And one of the things people did, totally unbeknownst to us with that data, was they proved that the state of Indiana didn't need to build a new gas-fired power plant. Saved the ratepayers of Indiana over $1 billion and all the greenhouse gas emissions and all that kind of stuff. And it's awesome, awesome program.
Incredible. Great. Emma, to you.
Yeah, we have something similar in this city where we are building labs right now. It's called the City Control Room that connects all the city functions to basically everything. And the goal is to save up on the district heating, and it's the goal is also to save up on energy in total, and also to prepare, of course, for electrification with now it's biogas, and it's expanding, of course, with connecting all the fast chargers and so forth around the city.
Wow, great. And Fernando, you're our closer in 30 seconds. What's your favorite public-private partnership?
As soon as we won the award of Green Capital, we just signed a partnership with more than 100 companies, the biggest companies that work here in the region of Lisbon, more than 50% of employment, to design specific and very concrete policy measures about mobility. Building cycleways, using bicycles, bicycle parks, electric vehicles, special parks for electric vehicles, share mobility. So it's not a program of wishes or a signature of a goodwill. No, it's each company. What's your goal? What's your objective? What's your compromise with the city, and what the city is going to compromise to make the change? Company by company, people by people, group by group, and then we can make the change.
Wonderful. Well, those are all very inspirational for us to end on. And I just want to say thank you again for your time. It's been a really fun conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our generation are going through a period where access to information is very, very easy.
Data has replaced oil as the new key to success.
It's really a double-edged sword.
It's a data game.
we're going to start to see consumers wanting to take back a lot more control. And I think that's going to provide a lot of opportunities for innovation and a lot of challenges.
The rise of Asia technology is one of the great stories of the current age.
Conferences like this only make it more of a magnet for the tech startup scene.
That conversation that happens because of this event, I think is going to be increasingly important for the world.
Coming to Rise is about being inspired, about being challenged.
This opportunity to learn
brings together so many